All right, I am back. How's people doing tonight? Henry, what's up? Jamarian, I think. How you doing? I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that one. All right. And phone's plugged in. Now we can start. Got two knives for sharpening tonight. Just bought them both. So we're going to be taking this one apart and cleaning it. Where are my tools? And hopefully it comes apart nicely. What's up, Charlie? How you doing? Ground fog, how's it going? I do remember. I'm just tired. I didn't get my nap in today, which means I might actually fix my sleep schedule when I go to sleep. Yeah. I didn't even ask how how the knife that he shows went. So the reason I'm taking it apart is there's this orange sticky residue around the blade on both sides. And I just don't want that stuff on my knife before I sell it. So we're going to try a few things. I think it was a Civivi Mini Asticus or something. Yeah, it's not easy to see on camera, but it's some weird looking stuff. It's sticky, like hard sticky. I haven't caught a bass yet. I don't go fishing a whole lot. Yeah, this stuff's freaking nasty, whatever it is. I hope I don't have to deal with this stuff ever again. It's not fun. It's like a wax. Yeah. I've heard that bass have a better fight than trout do, but I haven't gotten the chance to try it out yet, so. I had a pair of 3. I regret selling it. I don't regret selling things very often, so that should tell you something. But yeah, I like fishing with fish that are overly aggressive because they're fun to play with. Give me a good enough fight and I'll just throw it right back in. They can earn their way out of being dinner. Or if they're small enough, you throw them back in anyway. Have you guys heard about the No Kings riot stuff that's been going on lately? I was gonna make a joke there. I have no clue who's funding it. Yep, the person that owned this before me. They thought that whatever they sprayed into this was good shit, and it just destroyed the action on this thing. I just don't understand why you'd try to hurt the only country that will let you do that. Try doing that stuff in almost any other country and you'll get arrested or deported. I don't know what they expect. Like, ooh, I'm going to throw a brick at a police officer and not going to get shot. Are you kidding me? Then they get shot with these beanbag rounds and stuff and they cry about it. Like, dude, don't be stupid. And if you don't be stupid, then you won't get hurt. There are ways of peaceful protest that make sense. None of them include being armed with anything that could be considered a weapon. Well, until I hear proof of that happening, I'm not going to claim that it happened. I don't like being involved in every controversy, but they said that there was going to be a demonstration here in my hometown and nothing happened. So, because doing it here is how you get shot. Oh, you threw a brick at a police officer. Bam. Done. That's it. I've thought about doing the music again. But the streams without music are doing better than the streams with music, so I think I'm going to roll without it for a bit. This stuff is just nasty. It's like a yellowish kind of thing to it. I can't wait to feel the action on this thing when it's not having all this nasty shit in there. No, what I think it is a silicone spray type stuff that they thought was going to increase the lubricity of whatever the fuck they were doing, and it did not work out. It destroyed the action of this thing, and now it's really slow and sticky. So they sold it to the pawn shop. Of course, this is all speculation. I have no clue what the real story behind it is, and I don't know what this yellowish orange stuff is at all. And what was the message they were trying to come across with the No Kings riot anyway? Or protest. I'm not going to call it a protest because the moment people start getting hurt in a way that wasn't necessary to begin with, it's a riot. Way too much property damage going on to be a protest. I don't know. I wasn't all that interested until I heard that people were getting hit with beanbag rounds. And then that one dude that got tackled, and just some random shit that happens. Another Q-tip. I should just scrape the shit to begin with. It's coming right off. Well, it was. Yeah, I wonder if you guys are going to see this. Yeah, there we go. That stuff. It's sitting around both thumb studs and it was all over the face right here. You can't see it with the light off, but with the light on, it's pretty obvious that it's there. Well, I saw the demonstration of tanks, which was interesting to watch. It was pretty cool seeing stuff from World War II. I think there were some World War One tanks in there too, or World War One stuff. A lot of historical stuff going on. It was pretty cool. Didn't know that it was his birthday. And I also didn't know that it was Flag Day because obviously I don't pay very much attention. So, what is Flag Day? Is it the day that we adopted the current, or the red, white, and blue setup, or these are things that you don't get taught in school anymore, unfortunately? I try to. There's just always the internet's huge, and everything is on it everywhere all at once, and there's so much information that you could have at the palm of your hands that you never run out of new shit showing up. It's not always the greatest thing, unfortunately. You can't pay attention to everything that's going on, is what I'm trying to say. Because there's so much going on all at once. I'm just scraping off some more of that sticky stuff before we start moving towards other sections for cleaning. So, was it just a protest against Trump? Is that what it was? Because I just didn't understand the intention when you're hurting people who aren't involved. Well, that's the other thing, is not, again, there's so much information being spread everywhere at any given point in time that you can't see everything that's going on. That's why you follow people for the news. But then the news tells you the same shit every day. So you got to find other people that tell you more of what's going on. Like my local news channel used to be it would tell you the weather, it would tell you interesting things that are going on, and then it would tell you stuff like some history about your local area, and that was cool. Or an interesting story. I mean, relatively interesting. Nothing really happens around here. But you get where I'm going with that. And nowadays, it's all just anti Trump crap. And I don't care. I want to know what's going on tomorrow with the weather. It's what you get paid to do. You're a meteorologist. Tell me what's going on meteorologically. I don't know. It's the only reason I open the news now. And they're blatantly obvious with it too. They're not well, don't look then. Yeah, making your own knives takes time. lot of practice. Parts. Yeah, look at that. Look at that nasty shit on the lock bar. That explains why this thing was so freaking sticky. Whatever that stuff is, it is nasty. It's a Rat One. It's my first Rat One. The plan was I buy it, take it apart, clean it, sharpen it, put it back together. And not exactly in that order. And then sell it. That's a common thing. Lag is a common thing. Oh, this stuff got under these too, didn't it? Damn it. It's in there. You're shitting me. Let this... Oh, no, that's the... Thank God. Thought that black shiny stuff was the orange stuff. It's not. It's just pocket clip screws. It's AUS 8. It could be D2, but it's not what they had on... D2 was another option. They just didn't have it at the shop. I haven't messed with it a whole lot. So far, in my limited experience, it's not bad. So that's nice. More alcohol. Cleaning. Right around there, and mostly that ball bearing. And the top of the lock bar. And then cleaning around pivot area. This thing's basically brand new. I mean, it needs a new edge, which is fine. But there's almost no wear on any of the bead blasted sections, which gives me high hopes because that means it's a pretty new knife. Well, it says AUS 10 or AUS 8. Yeah, I will when I'm putting it back together. I am doing all right. How about yourself? Oh, I'm going to stab myself if I do that. This is sharp, by the way. Yep, sticky, just like the other side. So let this be a lesson to everybody that's watching. If your knife isn't as smooth as you want it to be, don't spray silicone shit into this because it gets sticky, it ruins the action, and then you have to take it apart and clean it and take your time because if you don't, then it ends up being a sticky piece of shit. Yep. I have to throw away this microfiber when I'm done. Man, my toothpaste is expensive. It's like anti-cavity, high fluoride stuff. It's prescription shit. Because for some reason, fluoride has to be prescribed. So let's see. And we got that side. Hello from America. How you doing? What now? You're a smoker, so stain eraser for you. Yep, I go to the pawn shop every Saturday at about 3. Meet with one of my buddies that works there. He's also a knife guy, and then sometimes I buy stuff from the pawn shop, sometimes I buy stuff from him, and it all goes good. Okay. Now we're going to put this thing back together. We're going to go with regular mineral oil, not the scented stuff. Oh, okay. I have a filling on one of my front teeth that they matched the color really well. If I start using whitening toothpaste, it'll stick out like a sore thumb. One of the downsides of people actually doing shit right. Damn. Thank you. There's a massive burr on this thing. Massive burr. Okay. Next, we will go back together with. Why would it scare you? It's a tool. These things are built to be taken apart and taken care of. It's the same thing with cars. That's a little more scary because they're expensive. Well, you don't have to like liner locks. I'm not going to tell you to like liner locks. It's a personal decision. If you don't like them, you don't like them. It is part of learning your preferences. Okay. And we will start putting the screws back in. Yeah, cars are just bigger and more expensive knives. That's basically all it is. It's just a tool. Used wrong, it can hurt people. That's just how tools are. Yeah, there's nothing to be scared of taking apart a knife. The worst part is sometimes you strip a tool. Sometimes you strip a nut or a screw on one of these. Use your judgment. I'm not blind in either eye, so I don't know what that's like. I would assume it's nauseating. Yeah, that's the thing. Is most tools. No, I can't say most tools. Tools won't hurt people if they're not used improperly. And it always has to have either. It has to have a living being involved to hurt things. Like a knife, even if, like, let's say it ended up on the ground somehow. Something had to have moved for it to end up on the ground, and it ended up on the ground and hurt somebody, but somebody or something living was involved. On the slight off chance that an earthquake causes it, or a tornado, or something like that, even then, a person was involved in making it. Oh, this bad boy needs broken in. Legally blind. Yeah, I'd still imagining that that would be quite nauseating. No, it wasn't crunchy. I've had crunchy before. This is smooth. You can flick it open now. Couldn't do that before. You can't do it under the camera because you need too much space, but maybe. Yeah, there we go. I wasn't able to do that earlier. I thought about it. I don't know. I don't think about it too much. Causes issues. Now we're going to take this one apart, clean it, and put it back together. And then we will move on to the sharpening section. Holy shit, this thing's tight. 6, 7, 8. Bigger screwdriver with more torque. Well, I'd like to think that some people with common sense are going to be alive. Because that's something to think about, is the average person's an idiot. To survive an apocalypse type situation, you have to not be an idiot. Apparently, that's a lot to ask for these days. So I'm hoping that the civilized people are the people that are left. God, this thing's brand new. Again, other than the edge, there's no problems with this knife at all. It doesn't even have the sticky shit. Some people are going to take the nitrometh out of context. It's nitromethane. I'm assuming you were watching Funny Cars or something. They do look pretty funny, so I'll admit it's a fitting name. This knife has almost no wear. Again, other than the edge, it's beautiful. Like almost no wear from the bearings either. The little bit of wear right there, there isn't any up on this side. I might charge a little bit more than I thought I would. Open wheel modifieds. I don't think I've messed or seen any of those. Those aren't the top fuel, are they? Open wheel modified. Are those front engine or rear engine? God, this thing's perfect. I didn't even need to clean it. Other than a tiny bit of, a tiny drop of oil on one spot where I put it on every knife. This thing's going to be immaculate the way it is. All the signs of use are just light play. Oh, so they're sitting there hitting 300 plus. Quarter mile or eighth mile? What's wild to me about those top fuel cars is how much they spend on a weekend to race those things. It's like 50 grand on the high end. Andy, what's up? I need to go out to our local drag strip. I kind of want to start a bill to pass it into law that neighborhoods encroaching on now, just to be clear, you just said 80 miles an hour. That's not, I mean, don't get me wrong, that's quick for an eighth mile, but that's not the kind of shit that I was thinking. When I think of top fuel, I think of more like 300 plus miles an hour. Those things are freaking nasty. Casually running 12,000 or 12,000 horsepower, and then once you get down the strip and then come back to the to your pit, you rip apart the whole engine, put it all back together with new parts, and then I think we get the high horsepower shit here in our local drag strip. Forgot to check how sharp it was first. Not horrible, but could do better. I'll make sure it's better. I keep threatening to put more knives up for sale on Blade Binge, and then I keep forgetting to do so. Oh, beautiful. I have a burr almost all the way across this thing already. Well, I haven't been to our. I already told you this. I haven't been to our local drag strip ever. My dad used to drag race, and then he quit that when I was born and sold his truck. His truck was a square body with a blown 454 sticking out of the front. I think he said it was making like 600 horse and ran high 11s. Oh, dirt track. Okay. Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking of I know what you're talking about now. We have a local dirt track too, called Meridian Speedway. Yeah, it's funny because when my dad first got his driver's license, he took his first car out to Meridian Speedway, and I think he said he dented his rear quarter panel on his first uh, day of having a driver's license. Like, I love how I get these little stories from him years after I have mine. But also, a lot of the shit that he did was stupider than the stuff that I do. Yeah, my truck, to get up to 80 miles an hour, takes over a half mile, I think. Or no, it takes over a quarter mile. I know that. Of our We have some really long on ramps in my state. I'm talking like quarter mile, some of them are like a third mile. And people still don't get up to the fucking speed limit, by the way. How you manage to not get up to the speed limit in a third of a mile is beyond me. And the speed limit's 65. There's no way that any modern or submodern car can't get up to 65 in a third mile. Like, there's no way that my truck makes the 220 horsepower that they claimed it made back in the 90s anymore. And I can do it just fine. I've had a Prius beat me on the stoplight. So a Prius can do it. There are no excuses. I gotta remember that this is not D2. So it's gonna act different. Time to move up. 600. Oh, dude, this edge is looking beautiful. I don't think you guys will be able to see it. It is looking great. This stuff sharpens up really quick once you get that burr going. Unfortunately, I know nothing about being a cowboy other than how to ride a horse. I know how to ride a horse. And I know how to train a horse. Frankly, I know more than I should. Okay. Time to go up a grit. I don't expect this to take too long. I wish you luck in finding a saddle, though. Not thinking that far ahead. Already got a burr. Damn. This 9CR stuff is wild. Really easy to work on. I don't think I've ever gotten my hands on 9CR yet, so this is a pleasant surprise. D2 takes forever to do this. I don't know about you, but knowing how to sharpen a knife is a pretty useful commodity. It just kept going. Hmm. Yes, I did miss having somebody to talk to. So what is up, Willie? How you doing? Beautiful. Well, time to move on to the Rat One. Honestly, the practice only took 40 minutes. I thought it was going to take a little bit longer. Knives I was doing last night, or the one knife I did last night, took 2 hours. That sucks. This knife, I was sharpening for 2 hours last night. What a big fat pain in the ass. So first, let's see how sharp it is. Yeah, so I can feel down here is really sharp, and then it starts taking effort. It shouldn't take effort, so we're going to fix that. To do that, of course, starting out with reprofiling. You reprofile with low grit. This low grit is 400. Dude, I know people that got married faster than that thing took. It's going all right. Nothing too insane over here. I am likely going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure though. Well, tomorrow's stream, since it's a Sunday, I think. Yeah. Sundays I stream early, not nighttime streams. Because everybody comes home on Sunday. And my streams on Sundays are around noon Mountain Time. Like noon to 1. I'm not going to tell you that it's going to be exactly at noon because maybe I want to sleep in. And there's nothing any of you can do to stop me. Something's going wrong here. Hmm. That's neat. Not cool, but neat. Damn stone moving. 3 p.m., 2 p.m., 1 p.m. Okay. That would probably work. Most of this edge is just perfect, and then up towards the tip it looks like shit. Not that anybody else is going to notice this. But you can see that this line and then this line. And that is a problem. It shouldn't have this shiny spot here. You have a good one. I'll see you later. That's better. Just gotta keep going. There we go. That's looking a lot better, actually. I already have a huge burr all the way across the whole edge. So we'll swap real quick and that's not a good sign. Yeah, I'm not hitting the apex all the way across. So that's not good. I'm apexing up towards the tip. I'm not apexing anywhere near down at the bottom. It's at the wrong angle. Beautiful. Swap sides again. Looking better. Gotta remove more from the other side though. There's a section I'm missing on this side. it seems to me like there's a slight recurve. Damn. Freaking. I hate it when these things slide. It's a beautiful looking edge, and then there's just this one section right here that isn't getting touched. So we keep going until it gets touched. Well, time to move on. If it's not going to sharpen by now, then it probably won't. And there's no point in removing more material than you have to do it. I tried, it didn't work, we move on. Oh, you're back. Welcome back. Holy crap, it's hot in here. As per usual. Frickin' hot in here. Oh. I have no clue what you mean by that. I've never gone that far on a knife, no. Okay then. Have fun watching me. I'm pretty boring. What's the dude gonna do? Watch me go to the pawn shop every Saturday? Ooh, spooky. You were my Uber driver? No way. Dude, that's insane. I've never had an Uber driver before. I don't get drunk enough to need one. I would trust somebody else's driving over mine. Took me to the post office, right? Just so we're clear. You know, the one behind the camera. Okay, well, you can think that all you want, but you took me to the post office 5 years ago? 5 years ago? Is that what you're saying? No, I am very, very far from Illinois. I'm sitting here thinking two things. One, I've never taken an Uber. Two, unless I signed myself up for Uber and took myself to the post office, you're thinking of the wrong dude. Also, I wasn't into knives 5 years ago. So if it was somebody talking about their knife hobby, it wasn't me. Someone on Uber 5 years ago recommended this channel. This channel's only been around for 2.5. So that's a weird thought that people have been talking about me for 5 years. There we go. I should grab some water. Everybody in chat, go grab water. Wine's close enough. amount of steel dust that's on my pants right now is ridiculous. Yeah, I'm happy with that. We'll move forward to burr removal and then 1000 grit, and then we'll be done with this knife. Wonder if I can get the camera closer so that you guys can hear this sound more. Beautiful. Just because I do it right doesn't mean that you need to watch me do it right the whole time. I'm not talking because apparently more people show up when I don't say anything. It's the ASMR streams. For some reason, people like that. We're working on burr removal next, so it's not that big of a deal. It takes a lot of practice. Bonk, welcome back. It's taken me months to hold the knife right. Well, you have fun being a moderator over there. This is one of the new knives, yes. This and this. Both of these will be being sold, hopefully for what I ask for them. Yep, kids in a live stream aren't always the best. Well, honestly, I haven't had any trouble getting anything sharp, and I don't always use two hands. I don't find it helps all the time. My biggest problem at the moment is my stones move easily. So with that being the case, I have to hold the stone down to prevent it from moving. But right now I'm doing light movements, so it's not that big of a deal. But the reprofiling takes forever because I can't push as hard as I need to. Tiny burr. I'll bet you the reason why people find sharpening satisfying is because you're watching a dude with something that's dull rub it against something flat and somehow it ends up sharp. Like, I love explaining sharpening in the dumbest way possible. where you say, knife no sharp, hard rock, soft steel, rub, 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 sharp steel, sharp knife. I kind of wish it was easy as that. I could just say dull knife, hard rock, soft steel, rub, rub, and then it was done. That would be great. I take my time with it so that I get it done right. And when you get it done right, people will buy from you and be happier when their edge lasts longer because you did it right. If you don't do it right, then people won't come back to you. It wasn't really bad to begin with. It had some catch-up spots, but now it doesn't. It does. It needs some more stropping up towards the tip. That's all it takes. Thing's a little heavy. When you've been doing it for an hour, things start feeling heavier than they actually are. On the bright side, I think we're done with sharpening. I'm an amateur because I want to take my time. Come on now, 77. You know I'm not an amateur with this stuff. I just do it right the first time. And of course, the shameful tip down carry. Disgusting. We'll fix that. And make it tip up carry as it should be. I did. I used 1,000 grit. A part of 1,000 grit isn't fine. Hell, a DMT fine stone is 600 grit. That's what this is. Ooh, damn. Go ahead and wipe this off real quick and then take a good look at it. Welcome back again. Well, I'm broke. I can't afford higher grit than 1,000. So I just don't buy them. I stick with my 400, 600,000, and then I strop, and then I'm happy. There's nothing to complain about with how sharp I get them. And centering is beautiful, even after taking it apart. 600, 600, 1,000. Nope, I don't have the money for the lapping films. The lapping films go up to like 300,000 grit or something like that, and I don't find that to be worth it. At that point, you're just sitting there doing the same thing. It's not worth it. Yeah, this is nice and clean now. Basically brand new. And this one was basically brand new as well, with a new edge. It's not a mirror polish, but it is a good looking finish. That 1,000 grit finish is actually one of my favorite looks because it shows a little bit of tone to it. Solid scratch pattern all the way down. It's okay to think that, but I'm happy with as far as I go, so. And I haven't had any complaints. And considering I only sharpen for myself, I wouldn't expect any complaints most of the time. Sometimes I don't do well. Ew, that's the one without the washers. So I ordered washers for this. They should be showing up. I ordered washers, tip retention locks for 3, and springs for all 3. So that should be fun. Really nice and smooth. Well, we got 43 people in here. While you guys are in here, I might as well show the stuff that I have up for sale if anybody's interested. I don't want to waste opportunities like this. Normally I do. This QR code goes straight to my Blade Binge account, where you can find stuff that I have up for sale if you're interested in any of the knives that have been on the channel before, or also haven't. I don't put all the knives on the channel, but I have 9 knives up for sale at GEC, a CRKT Liftoff, a Mini Praxis, a James Brand Redstone, a Kershaw Whirlwind, a Kershaw Leak, SOG Twitch 3, a Kershaw Cryo 2, and a Ruger and CRKT Trajectory. They're all fairly reasonably priced. I priced them to a point where the end buyer will be happy with the price, but you can't really buy it to resell it. I also take reasonable offers. I'm not going to explain what reasonable means, because then people will just send me offers and then, yeah. I also ordered new bearings for this. This thing's a really sad knife. The ball bearings have some pitting problems going on from rust. Where's my T8? Yeah, these bearings have some pitting problems among other things. They're decaging, which I haven't seen happen very much. They don't sit in their cages properly. It causes wear, excessive wear on things that don't need it. That's why they call it a stub frame lock. I think it might be raining outside. Anyway, we'll put this back in. Set that in there. There we go. Put one of the bearings in. Okay, put the blade back. This also had some rust problems on the blade when I first got it. Explains a lot of the sounds that it was making when I first got it. It sounded horrible. Next is the thrust washer that goes there. Beautiful, lines right up. We'll put that in the hole that it belongs in. Now, taking apart knives and putting them back together is kind of my specialty. It's something I'm really good at. And to show off that I'm good at that, I'd like to demonstrate such that I'm good at it, obviously. So we'll be taking apart a Civivi, specifically because I'm bored. And want to show off. So, here we go. Perfectly functional knife. What's up? How you doing? Perfectly functional. I just got to remember that they use mostly T8s for this. And the longer screw. There we go. Pull that off, pull that off, blade, stop pin, push the, there we go. Drop the other bearing, if it'll come out. You guys know it's there. T8, T8. Come on. There we go. All taken apart. Then we will put it back together. Anyway, wipe off that excess stuff, and top scale goes back on. T6 right there. Other T6 in the other hole. Move on to the T8s. And then the pivot. And it is centered. Perfectly functioning knife. What other stuff do I have? Perfectly average sized knife that we can take apart. We call it Big Boy. You know, it's perfectly average. It's a good size. I swear it has a good personality. Okay, fully taken apart. Tiny bearings. Perfectly average size blade. And then barrel spacer. That's going to be fun to put back together. My fault for taking it apart though. We'll do it this way. Stick the screw through, barrel spacer on, and then put it down. And then screw it in. Then move over to a T8 for the pivot. Undo that, screw that in. Perfectly good, totally average size knife. Oh, should I make that joke? You, the dude she told you not to worry about. You have a good 177. We'll talk to you later. You know, he's got a point. Let's take something expensive apart. Let's really do something risky. We'll grab my most expensive knife. I don't think I've ever taken it apart yet. Give me a sec. Gotta get it out. Okay. So this is a Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2 in 13C26 on top with SG2 blade steel on the bottom. There are only 1,000 of these. This one was made in November of 2007. Again, I don't think I've ever taken this one apart yet, so it'd be nice to see what's inside. I don't expect it to be, gotta be extremely careful with stuff like that, because it is very pricey. So, Chris Reeve knives are made in a factory. What is up, Amelia? How you doing? Those are some long screws. Yeah, Chris Reeve knives are made in a factory. Koenig knives are made in a factory. I don't personally need... Take my watch off so I don't scratch anything. $400. Ooh, that's tight. 6, 7, 8. The knife gods are with us today. No strippy on the knife. Don't want to have part stripping. That's not fun. Not always. You can break Loctite. Just got to be careful. There's a mosquito in my house. Oh, no, never mind. That's a gnat. Okay. Prying time. This is the part that I don't enjoy. Because it's titanium against steel. A little bit of soft prying. It's the most expensive knife I have. Not saying it's the most expensive knife in the world, but for someone who makes as much money as I do, it's a lot of money. Come on. You can let go. Oh, there goes the backspacer. I don't have a rubber mallet in the room, unfortunately. How we doing? Oh, just wiggle. It's going to take time, and I'm perfectly fine taking my time doing this. I just have to find something with a flat grind. And I don't have my Spyderco's down here. So the Spyderco is not an option tonight. What is, though? We're not going to mar it up. Ooh. There we go. A tool designed for prying. How about that? I can see it coming looser, so that's always good. The next one I'm saving up for is around 500. I'm getting another one of these first, but come on. Time to let go. And I honestly don't think I'd ever hit this thing with a hammer or a mallet or something. It doesn't seem right to do that. Oop. Getting there. Oh, yep. There we go. No marks or anything. It's a Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2. This is probably the first time it's ever been apart. Yep, want to pull that out. Don't want to lose that. And we'll get all the spendy pieces out of the way. I'm not sure I want to pull that off. If it's having that much trouble coming off, what kind of trouble is it going to have going back on? Oh, well, that wasn't that bad. And the average person isn't going to spend this kind of money on one knife, so... Sound like a suction cup right there. Yeah, I've never taken this one apart. It's the first time I've taken it apart. Oh, I do it all the time. I just don't take the expensive ones apart very often. Looking good. A little bit of wipe down right there. Overall, not in bad shape at all. Pretty happy with how this is going. For how big this knife is, like it looks really big, but it's really comfortable. It fits the hand really nicely. Now we'll move the titanium stuff out of the way. We'll clean off the blade. There's a little bit of crap on there. You can see the darkened spot on both sides. There we go. Yeah, if they don't have screws, I'm not 100% sure you can take that apart. Well, how old are we talking? I'm not saying you should try and take them apart, I'm just asking. Because I've got a few knives that are sitting over 100 years old, and I would never try and take them apart. Okay. Move on to putting the blade back on, as well as the stop pin. Now, one of the unique things about this knife is there's no lock bar insert. This is just titanium on steel, which is the reason I don't play with it a whole lot. It's not a fidgety knife, it is a smooth knife. The flipper tab on this thing does not work very well. That's the wear side. Wear side goes down. Next. I wonder why there's extra screw holes. I've never noticed that, because I've never taken it apart. There's two extra screw holes, one right there and one right there. So I wonder if this backspacer is used in other knives, other than just this one. And that could very well be a thing. You also have to be a little more careful with this. You're screwing directly into titanium. Yeah, then you're probably not going to take that thing apart. Oh, that was really, really nice. With as much trouble as I had taking it apart, I expected it to be a little bit more of a pain. I'm thankful that it's not, but I expected it to be. So, 1977, I have a question for you. Have you been drinking tonight? That should work better. The reason I ask is because usually you have a pretty upbeat attitude, and tonight you don't. Gotta be gentle when screwing these in. Again, you're screwing directly into titanium. Titanium is softer than steel. If you do things too fast, you'll hurt the titanium, and they don't make parts for this knife anymore. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Let's grab T8. Well, being a YouTuber and needing to come up with new content on a regular basis, what I choose to do is buy lesser expensive knives that people can afford, or that the average person can hopefully afford, and then do reviews on them. Welcome back, Charlie. How you doing? I don't usually get to splurge on big purchases like this. Sometimes I do. Most of the time I don't. Welcome back, Mango. How you doing? Haven't seen you since last week. Where were you yesterday? With my mango fact of the day. Exactly. It's not all just expensive knives, and I don't have the funding to be able to do that kind of stuff. Hospital. Well, that's no good. It's a lot smoother than it was. I appreciate that, Charlie. Anyway, back to where I was going with that. Most of my knives aren't over $100 because the average person doesn't want to spend that much. How else are you supposed to get mangoes if you can't climb trees? Shame. Anyway, so I do reviews on knives that are typically between $50 and $100. I buy them used as often as possible because it makes it easy. Okay, so most of the stuff that I go for isn't stainless. I don't work with water. I don't do anything that has to do with water. I live in a really dry state. I don't need rust prevention on my knives. So I pick things that are better for edge retention. Nope, can't do that. Sorry, Charlie. I'm not going to say I forgot to do that or forgot how to do that and lie. I'm just going to say you're new here. Gravity knives are expensive. The one I was looking at when I was first getting into it was 100 or 270. Nope, I was taking this knife apart and putting it back together because it's the first time I've ever taken this one apart. And I think it's the first time it's ever been taken apart. It was made in November of 2007. So it's almost old enough to vote. Just a sec, gotta take care of something real quick. Yep, I saw that. Some wild stuff right there. France. That's a ways away. Introduction. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, where was I going with this? YouTube Music Portal. I haven't seen you in a while. Crab with a Knife. I haven't seen you yesterday either. So this is my Kershaw Junkyard Dog 2 in SG2 and titanium. I was taking it apart. It's the first time I've taken it apart. It does look like it's individually riveted, but it's not. It's just one solid piece of titanium. Well, this side's one solid piece. This side's one solid piece. I have another one that isn't titanium. In the same box. Gimme. Put that down. Put that down. And take out the second one. That one's in G10, not titanium. But titanium is one of my favorite materials. And anytime that I can get titanium for a decent price, I try to. Within reason. So before we move any further, this was the worst smelling knife I've ever had. But it fits the hand perfectly. I cleaned it. It took 45 minutes to clean this. Taking all the parts off and, everything that you need to do to clean this thing. It smelled horrible. Genuinely, it smelled like... How did I describe it in the video? So I made a video on it. You guys, if you watch it, it's like 30 minutes shrunk down to 3 of me taking it apart and cleaning it. And the thing smelled like a sewer mixed with mud or something like that. It was bad. I don't remember what the smell smelled like. I just know that it's the worst smelling knife I've ever had. And we'll take it apart because it doesn't smell terrible anymore. And I'm very thankful that it doesn't smell terrible anymore. The amount of scraping to get stuff off of this thing. Oh yeah. I buy most of my knives used. Like, this is how it looked across this whole thing when I first got it. Was this dark kind of crap all over it. I took the whole thing apart. It has a lot of parts. Not the most I've ever taken apart, but it's got a lot. I don't know. I'm not really into serrations. They're reverse serrations. They work great though. I know that. I wish it wasn't serrated though. You have a good one, Mango. Let your leg heal. Don't fall out of trees again. Not smart to fall out of a tree. T6, 7, 8. Oh, so you know what this is, huh? It's not the most common knife around. Well, from what I've talked to is they don't have blades for this anymore. Look at all that black crap that's in this. Obviously, I didn't clean it as well as I could have. I don't have an ultrasonic cleaner, unfortunately. They're not priced horribly in my area. I just haven't bought one yet. And frankly, I'll be stopping the video that I'm recording for, yep. When you have to sharpen them is when you realize you don't like them anymore. Yeah, look at all that crap. We'll get a new one of these real quick. Are you sure they have blades for this? Because they haven't made this knife in 18 years or 16 years. Bead blasted stainless. So, because this, again, this specific knife hasn't been made in a long time. I'm not saying you're wrong, but when I called in to get a pocket clip for it, they didn't have one anymore. They just ran out the month before that I ordered or asked for it, which sucks. Yeah, I'd do the sharpening myself. Here's the other thing, right? Is if I send it in for a warranty thing, there's nothing wrong with it. Sure, I could probably get a new blade for it. The problem lying that it's a serrated version, and I don't think that they'll cross it over and give me a non-serrated blade. Gotta clean Q-tips. Alcohol. Well, now you got me curious. I might call and see if they'd be willing to do that for me. Because I'd love to have this knife non-serrated, like my other one. I think it's dirty really quick. I haven't done much of anything with this thing. It's comfortable to carry though. I don't have any knives with multiple blades that come apart. If I did, I would though. Donut head, that's mean. Yeah, I'll see if they would replace it with a regular one, a regular non-serrated blade. And this knife is well worth the money that it would cost to get a new blade for it. I love this knife so much. It's extremely comfortable for how big it is. Have a good one. Well, I'll see what they say on the phone. I don't want to waste $7 in shipping if I don't have to. Where is my... There it is. Little pry bar. Tiny, tiny pry bar. It's clean enough. I could use some new washers for it too. I think I said that, but have a good one, 77. We'll see you later. A number 4 blade. Yeah, I'm not going to take that off if I don't have to. It was a pain the first time. I don't need to do it again. No, I've had this one for a while. What about it is mid? Let's put it that way. Nope. I have 2 of the same knife. And don't hate on me. It took me forever to take that thing apart. It's an old knife. It's almost as old as I am. Nope, not my kind of thing. No point. It's just like getting mad about stuff in traffic. There's no point in being mad about it. You get mad, you get loud for like 5 seconds, and then you drop it because there's no point in staying mad about it. Actually, before I put that blade on, I'll put the stop pin in. There we go. Then the blade. Then the other washer. That side down. Yeah, I don't find much use in knives as weapons, so... I doubt somebody's going to make me mad enough to do that. Goofy pocket clip. I love that pocket clip. They make aftermarket ones for it too, but I don't find a need for the aftermarket one. It makes people look at it and go, what the fuck is in your pocket? And it's a great feeling when somebody actually asks. It happens very rarely. And then you get to say, it's this old knife from Kershaw that they haven't made in 16 years. Not as refined as it could be. Dual edge is already a big no-no. Do you mean dual edge as in half serrated, half straight edge? Because I can agree with that. That's a pain in the ass. But they made them without the serrations too, so... Something I want you... Do you want a more refined one of these? I'll show you a more refined one. So Tim Gallienne is the one that designed it. Just a sec. List. Okay, let's go over to Instagram. We'll look up Tim Gallienne. So this is a Junkyard Dog 2. He, in his personal, he makes them. Not these specifically, but the non-Kershaw versions, he makes them himself. in Gallienne knives. Anyway, he's up to the Junkyard Dog 4 on his own personal designs. And I'd like to show you the one that blew my mind when I saw it. Yeah. Thing's gorgeous. So titanium scales, or titanium, yeah, frames, carbon fiber inlays. It's rounded. It's not a, milled titanium pocket clip. The thing's beautiful. And okay, so that was just an original Junkyard Dog. CPM 154 at 61 HRC. Holy shit, that thing's huge. It's a 4¼ inch blade. Damn. I wish. So how much did it go for? Damn. Well, it looks like the top bidder was $4,200. It's all right. You have no taste. No. I have personal favorites. I'm very biased on this. It's one of my favorite knives. It's really comfortable. You don't find knives that hug your hand the way that this does very often. Yeah, 4,200. That's insane. I'm not even sure he still makes knives. I sent him a message on Instagram. I wanted to do a video on the Junkyard Dog, and I wanted to talk to him about it, where he came with the idea. Did you miss what? It was an auction. The top bidder offered 4,200. So he wasn't selling it for that much. Somebody wanted it that bad. Yeah, honestly, I don't even know if Tim Gallienne is still alive. If you've got the money, I don't care. Do your thing with your money. Oh, that was a one-off. Yeah. It was a one-off piece. I wish he would have gotten back to me, though. I'd love to do a video on this thing. On where the design came from and what inspiration or what knives inspired it. I know at 51 or at 61 HRC 154 CPM 154. It's really pricey. But it's this knife that I have on the table here, except refined. Oh, come on. Might help if I had the hole lined up. It's $4,200, and in euros that would be $4,200 USD to EURO. It's 3,634 euros. Now that's also meaning that was back in 2020. So the dollar was actually worth something back then. Let's see what other stuff he's come up with. Here we go. How about that? It's the same knife, but with less colors. I like this one more. I'm doing this drawing for you, the collectors and enthusiasts. This one was 4,300. This wasn't even an auction. This was just he was selling it for that much. Meat, dog, meat, knife. This was that knife right here. It sounds like it. Carbon fiber and titanium. So that's a 3rd gen junkyard dog. 12-inch hollow grind. Yep. The exchange rate from USD to whatever their country's currency is. But he hasn't posted on Instagram in a long time. March 19th of 2024. Oh, is this him? Oh, okay. He might actually be yeah, but that's his personal Instagram page. Lots of race cars. Not as many knives. Yeah, I don't want to send him a message like that out of the blue. I feel like it's inappropriate. Everybody go drink some water. It's one of the only things I'll tell you to do. I've never taken this thing apart, and I'm kind of scared to because all the hardware is titanium, not stainless. Do I have the right tools for this? I need 2 T8s. Do I need 2 T6s or is it all T8s? T6 or T8? T8. Hell yeah. Yes. Water emoji. Oh. Well, that came out quite nicely. What about the other ones? Titanium hardware. Oh, easy. 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 Okay, we'll take this one apart. Especially you, Jim. Go drink some water. And you too, Rebecca. If anybody couldn't tell, I called out 2 random names just to try and scare the shit out of somebody. I hope it worked. Jim, if you're out there and I scared the shit out of you, say hi. If there's nobody named Jim in the comments, then oh well, it didn't work out. Let go. Get out here. Sure, it's wear resistant, but it's softer than the tool or the tool steel on my tools. So let's open the blade properly. So these liners are titanium as well. They're not stainless. So every metal on this is titanium except for the blade. And apparently it's on bearings, and I didn't know that. I don't have a problem with it, I just found it interesting. Still in good condition, glad to see that. So yeah, this is a titanium liner lock. And that's not a very common thing. Black and orange G10 scales. Cool. It's a bitch to machine, and the other thing about titanium is it doesn't like air when it's hot. It starts burning. It's one of the few metals that'll burn. Yes, you can. This is the internet. You can do just about anything on the internet. Oh, come on, Backspacer. I wanted you to come off too. Oh. This is on pins. Shit, that could have just fallen right off. Or not. Yeah, I've never taken this one apart either. Come on, there we go. Hell yeah. There we go. I'm the first person to take this knife apart on YouTube. I am. I know that for a fact. There's only 8 videos with this knife on YouTube. Since I last checked anyway. And the company's out of business now too, so... It's a really interesting piece. Really clean though. Not a whole lot of wear. Really, really nice piece. I'm glad I got it. I saw it on an auction full of knives and did a reverse image search with Google Lens, and it popped up on like the last result on Google Lens. And I was like, well, what's this? So I looked into it a little bit. And the company had gone out of business a couple months before the auction, or maybe it was a year or something before the auction went live. This is the Tesseract Tactical NF1. It's model number, that's the model number with the serial number of 162. Really, really interesting piece. A lot of pieces in this thing. A lot of pieces and parts. Nope. Just alcohol. It's just isopropyl alcohol. 70%. Nothing special. Okay, now to put this back together, we'll start with taking this backside scale, which used to say Rob because the original owner's name was Rob or something, I assume. Or he got robbed, and then they put Rob on it because they thought it was funny. Which, honestly, that's kind of funny. Yeah, so hi from America, person in Turkey. So titanium isn't as hard as steel, especially blades. The blades are hardened. It's not a common thing to have titanium lock bars with no inserts. Like this, there's no insert. On this one, there's no insert. It's a risky play. If you ask me. You know, it would probably help if I would have put this liner on before I screwed that in. Because that liner kind of needs to be there. Well, we'll see you later then. You have a good one. It's one of the more interesting knives that I've taken apart. There we go. Wonderful. Now back to putting the back spacer on. Good. Wonderful. Okay. We'll flip this over. Actually, now we'll add the pocket clip, which is weird. It's a milled pocket clip like this, and the screw goes in this side. It's a really long screw. Okay, and then a screw goes on top. Okay. Now pins. I don't think that that's fitting right. There we go. Yep. Needed to loosen up the screws. So this knife also needs sharpened. I'm too scared to sharpen it though. I'm also too scared to sharpen my junkyard dog. I won't be sharpening that. Oh, that's fun. I need to loosen screws up again. Yeah, I just don't want to risk it because there's no spare parts for these. There we go. Now tighten back all those screws. Being risky with parts that you can no longer get is not my way of doing things. It's why I didn't want to send that other knife in, is because if you send a knife in for warranty, and they don't have parts for it, or the parts that you ask for, they offer to replace it with something of equal or lesser value. And something like that that's so hard to get and they're really expensive, you know, you can still get it back. It's just, it feels bad when they do that. When they send you an email saying, well, we no longer have those parts. Would you like to sell it back to us for less than it's worth? And in your head, you're like, the hell do you think? Oh, one of the pains of pins. All right, you little shits, get into the right position. Let's take the pocket clip off, actually. That's probably the smart way of doing this. I do not know how to read that word, or those words. So, hi, how you doing? Now let's put the top or front liner on. There we go. Okay. Front scale. And it never hurts to be gentle with something. Because stuff like this, where you have a chance of cross-threading, as long as you're gentle and don't push things too hard, and you take your time, it will be worth it in the end when you don't have broken parts everywhere. Okay, let's check centering before I put that on. Oh, I heard sounds that I don't like. Could be better, but not terrible. So now we'll put the pocket clip on. I need to do a disassembly video on this knife. There we go. It's a really comfortable knife. But yeah, I don't get to take my expensive stuff apart very often because it's expensive and I choose not to. Water emojis. Go drink water. If you didn't last time. Even if you did last time. My house is hot. I don't know what else to tell you. It's a sauna in here. I'm sweating. Is our AC even on? I haven't heard the AC turn on once. I'm gonna be right back. I gotta check if the AC is actually turned on. Might explain a lot. Well, it is turned on. Yeah. It is a really weird looking knife. That, nobody's going to expect that. But you need to take apart, or you need to take 3 screws out to swap which side the pocket clip goes on. It's this back screw all the way on the bottom, this really long screw, and then the screw on the other side. And this screw on this side, you can put in the other side. It's just a filler thing. Yep, New Zealand would be the southern hemisphere if I'm not mistaken. It is very light. It is lighter than you'd think. So, there we go. And now it is left-hand carry. All the weight is in the handle. Obviously, you can tell because the balancing point is like right there. This one, the balancing is like right in this section right here, but it is front heavy. Yeah, there we go. And I'm balancing out on this, so it's not balancing very well. But this is more well balanced than this one is. It's got a lot more pieces to it, but it also has a titanium backspacer, which is where the weight imbalance comes from. If you like it, you should try and find one. They're not easy to find. I would prefer the black one, and I would carry it. But again, the company doesn't exist anymore. If they were still around, I might actually carry it. And if they were still around, I might sharpen it. That is a long ass screw. Look at that. It's a 1/4 inch long. No, it's a 1/2 inch long. It's a 1/2 inch long screw. It's the longest screw I've ever seen on a knife. Damn. Yeah. Well, if you're going to critique stuff, you should critique my design so that we can figure out what the hell's wrong with it. So this company made 2 knives. This is the NF1. The other knife was called the NF2. The NF2 was a fixed blade. This one obviously isn't. It's comfortable. It's a good handle shape. The one I'm currently talking, well, they haven't gotten back to me about it yet, but this. It's supposed to have a similar handle shape to the Kershaw Clash because that's a really comfortable handle. This is where your thumb sits. There's no finger choil. There's a sharpening choil, but that's sitting mostly inside the handle. Continue. I thought it was a good design. Jin hasn't gotten back to me about it yet, but I'll give him time. Don't need to be impatient. I don't know what that means. What I do know, if you say it again, you'll get put in timeout for a minute. Oh, no. That, I think he wanted... I wanted a finger choil. I think he wanted a finger choil. I don't remember what his original drawing looked like. On the bright side, I know him on Instagram. That's where we talk. I'll show you what a choil is. Hey, you spelled it right, though. Well, let's see. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's a 4-inch handle with a 3 1/4-inch blade. It's not disproportionately long. It's actually quite proportional. When it's closed, the blade should be sticking like right here, where a screw will be sitting right there. So like right at the stop point. It's proportional, it just doesn't look like it because of how thick the blade, or how tall the blade is. It doesn't look right. Now, I want you guys to see what I designed. This whole thing. Let me find it. I wish he would have gone with my blade shape too, but he didn't, so we're stuck with the drop point. Right here. So this is basically the I guess so. And a choil is right here. This cutout right here, it's not sharpened. I have a perfect example right here. It's not sharp right here up until that point. It's a good choke up spot so that you have more control over a large blade. I'll admit it didn't make much sense with the size that we ended up going with. But something to keep in mind was this design was originally supposed to have a 4-inch blade. So it was supposed to be a 4-inch blade with a choke up point so that you have more control over it. But down here is also comfortable for when you're doing more like heavy duty use. Anyway, this is the drawing that I came up with. The 165 better than the first one. Oh, it's an IGS. It stands for I guess so. That's what he wanted to name his knife, I guess. Haha, funny. He's online, but he's not watching my stream. What a disgrace. So yeah, we'll go through our conversations, and I'll see what I based that drawing off of, because he's not the best at drawing. Yeah, this is hilarious. You guys have to see this. So this drawing right here is a full-size drawing of this that Knives, I guess, came up with on stream. Took him like 5 minutes. No pun intended, actually. It was pretty funny, though. So yeah, this was his design. This is how he drew it out. And through this, I came up with this to, not with the Tonto. We came up with another one that I didn't draw. But yeah, it took a lot of interpretation a lot of getting the wrong blade shape. He didn't like this blade shape, and I kind of don't either. But I did come up with another one that I liked more. This blade shape is a lot more useful to me because it has more of a tip, more of a pointy tip. And then we came up with that. And then we moved from that up to a more upswept blade because he didn't like that blade shape either. So we came up with this. And this is the IGS in its first configuration before I really started getting into it. I took my time creating 3 blade shapes. None of them are the Tonto blade shape because that came out way later. But this was a lot closer to the other one that I came up with and drew over here. Eventually, we moved forward and had more rounding in sections, like right here. You can see a couple pictures over where it didn't have the rounding, but I rounded it. It looked a lot better. We started moving forward. Got pictures of it closed without having rounded sections up front. And then I started doing the rounding up front right here. It's really, really bad quality pictures, but there's nothing else I could do because Instagram sucks at rendering pictures properly. Anyway, we moved on to better renders, larger screws, full screws with full cutouts and everything as a cutout section for the liner lock so that you can actually reach it. That is a problem I've noticed that a lot of knives don't have. You don't have as much reach into the liner lock section as I would like. The biggest one that goes against that, we did 3D print design prototypes, yes. The knife that has the biggest problem with that is this one that I've noticed because it's flat and flat. So you have to jam your thumb up into there to get it done. And I didn't like that, so I did that. Moving forward, we then set it up for 3D printing. And my cousin was going to 3D print it. We were going to do the full size one. He complained and said that it wouldn't fit on his print bed. I was like, okay. So he printed it 3/4 size. And the 3/4 size, do I have that? I don't have it here, but I do have a picture of the 3D print right here. So that's what it looks like in my hand. So for reference, it's a decent size knife. It's not too big. It's like this size, a little smaller. It's comfortable. It fits the hand quite nicely. And then we moved forward and we 3D printed the full size version. And the full size version was 4 inches of blade length with 9.5 inches overall. I told him this thing's too big. People are going to buy it. It's going to show up and they're going to return it because it's too big. So we should go with the smaller one first. So we went with the smaller one. Smaller one's right there, larger one's right there, if you couldn't notice. That's a lot better of a shape, or a lot better of a size to me. And then we continued moving forward. We were talking to a company called Gin Knives throughout the whole thing. He said that he wanted a Tonto like this, a drop point Tonto. I moved forward and drew the Tonto version as well as the sheep's foot version. We were still in talks with Gin Knives and we were moving forward, and then I sent them over the CAD files, and now we're working on getting 3 samples. If the samples look good without any problems or anything, we'll be moving to prototyping, and then after prototyping, we'll be going to have it released. It's a long process. I think we've been working on this for over a year now. Let me double check when that first drawing came up. But it's been a long time. We've been working on this for quite a while. Right here, August 26th of 2024. So 9 months we've been working on it. Projects like this, first projects like this, take a long time, especially when not much money is involved. If you don't have a lot of money, things don't move quickly, unfortunately. What I expected us to take 3 or 4 months, it's more than doubled now. But at this point, everything is in their court. They're working on the sampling stuff, and then we'll see where all that goes. And I can't wait to see how the finished product looks. And it just blows my mind that it all started with Knives, I guess, finding this company. So Knives, I guess, is the other YouTuber that I'm working with. If you look up Knives, I guess, on YouTube, this dude shows up. He's special. This is his logo. He's got 5,500 followers or something, way more than I do. But he sent Gin Knives an email. He sent Gin Knives an email asking if they'd send him a knife to review. They said yes. They sent it to him. I'm like, cool. I'm going to reach out to him. I reached out to him. They said yes. They sent me something to review. I'm like, well, this is awesome. But in my email, I said I'm an amateur knife designer. Well, a few months after or a month or so after they sent me a knife to review, they asked if I would like to work on a knife with them, if I'd like to have a knife released. I said, well, in my head, I'm thinking I was planning on going with CRKT for my first design. But when I figured out that they wanted like $5,000 for prototyping, I said, it's too much. And it just didn't happen. So I moved over and said, well, Knives, I guess, said that he would love to release a design with them. So I said on one of his streams, draw a knife that you want designed. And he did. That's where he came up with that nightmare of a drawing. And based on this drawing, we've moved forward to a fully functional prototype or fully functional 3D model, moving towards a prototype. It's fun stuff. It just takes forever. And I'm fine with taking time. I don't mind taking a bit of time to get things all figured out. It's all worth it in the end, hopefully. But that's where stuff like, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 90% sure that I'm going to be the first person to have a knife involved with me that designed it with 3D modeling software that was made for children. Well, now the house is getting cold. God, I dropped the AC down by 1 degree, and I went from sweating to getting a little bit cold. Oh, there's something wrong with me. What it is, I have no clue. Yes, knives. Knives, knives, knives. Lots and lots and lots of knives. Lots and lots of jets and planes. Big knives, small knives, knives of all colors and sizes. Anyway, so that's where we're at now. It's been an interesting 9 months. I think back when I first, what was I sitting at back then? August 26th of 24. Luckily on my YouTube channel, I have a thing that says when I reached certain milestones. Every 100 subscribers. I'm at 1,200 subscribers. Shit, when did that happen? This morning, obviously, but. So 2023, 2024, August 25th, 2024, which was the day before I sent him that, or he sent me that picture. I had 400 subscribers. So, yeah, I had 400 subscribers at the time. I'm sitting at 1,200 now. I'm 3 times what I was last year. It's insane how fast this stuff takes off. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't tell anybody to subscribe and I don't tell anybody to like my videos because every time that I hear that from somebody else, I find it annoying. So I don't do it. And I think that's the right way of doing things, is if something annoys you, you don't do it. Unless you're doing it with your siblings. If you're being annoying to your siblings, that's just part of life. That is wild. I did not expect to hit 1,200 today. Honestly, when I first started YouTube, I thought by the time I was 2 years in, I would have hit, dang, I didn't even get the screenshot for 1,200. I got the screenshot for almost every other milestone. What do you do? Channel grew too fast. Not a big problem. It's a good problem to have. But when I first started YouTube, you have to exempt siblings. Come on now. You have to be annoying to your siblings. It's part of life. That's just how life be. You'll be supportive, but you have to be annoying at some point. Anyway, when I first started this channel, I expected to be at 10,000 subscribers by the time I hit 2 years. And I've been doing this for almost 2.5, and I'm nowhere near. But yeah, that's what happens when you expect to get everything all at once. It just doesn't work out that way. Let's check something real quick. Yeah, my first subscriber was on February 3rd. I started my channel on January 15th of 2023. It took me, looks like 3 months to get 100 subscribers. And then almost another year to get to 200. I thought about doing that. Me and Knives, I guess, have been talking about doing that for a while. Our schedules just don't line up. So we got to find a time for it to just line up perfectly. And it would work great to have Bees on the live stream. That would be awesome. But he gets off so early. And then I'm going to be stuck with like half the screen being black. And, it's just going to look weird. Sure, I'll get significantly more viewers. And I might get more subscribers. But he goes to bed at like, 10? And I go to bed, 10 my time. And I go to bed like 4 hours later. Or maybe 5 hours later. So I'll be sitting there for like 5 hours with just half the screen being black. One of the things we talked about was sending one of the prototypes to Bees as well for review. See what he thinks of it. Hopefully he likes it. Hopefully people like it. It is a little bit small. I always doubt myself every time that I think about that kind of stuff. But there's nothing you can really do about that. Things go as they go. We'll see how it happens. Anyway, let's look at some stuff that's on sale that hopefully some more people can afford. Unfortunately, we do have people that are in countries that are across the world, and as much as I'd love to show you guys things that you can get for cheap, shipping across across the world like that is extremely expensive, and I can't promise that anything that I show is going to be available in your country. Places specifically like New Zealand, unfortunately, but I will show you what I can and see maybe you guys can find some interesting stuff that you want, that you might be able to find in your country as well. Anything else that belongs in this box? I don't think so. How you doing, Gene? And real quick, I window shop a lot. I'm broke, or I act broke. It's good to act broke. If you act broke, then people don't ask you for money. So first, before we do anything else, we're going to edit this. We're going to go into the description and add, enter 1.2K subscribers. Space. What is it? June 15th. Holy shit, in 10 days I got 100 subscribers? No joke. That is wild. June. Is it the 15th? Is it really the 15th? No kidding. It's about the fastest I've ever gotten 100 subscribers. It's even faster than the 500 to 600 jump. Oh, wait, September. Oh, yeah, no, that's the fastest I've ever gotten 100 subscribers. That's wild. 15th, 2025. Save. It is window shopping, yeah. I don't like looking at the expensive stuff most of the time, unless I know eventually I can afford it. CRKT has a Father's Day sale going on right now. So you look up CRKT sale, you scroll down, and it says on sale. You click on that. This is the stuff that they have on sale. A folding razor, a CRKT ritual, that Bonafide. I just ordered one of these. Got it for 55 bucks after shipping. It should be showing up. They said the 18th, but it's 2-day shipping, and I ordered it 2 days ago. So And it's coming from Oregon and going one state over. I don't expect it to take forever. M16s are on sale. The 04KS, the KISS is on sale. Cute little thing. It's a little pricey for what you get, and it's really small. I don't like front flippers. I really don't. I suck at them. Do I have a KISS down here? Nope. I don't have a KISS down here. The Freya axe. It's a hatchet. They call them axes. They're hatchets. The forebear. I've thought about doing that, and this was one of the ones that I was going to do it to. I was going to make them out of copper. It just hasn't happened yet. Ultim. Oh, yeah. Piss knife. Woohoo. Or G10 for 75 bucks for 12C27. God, they want a lot of money for these things. P knife. It looks like P. The yellow does. If you ever see it in person, it really does. Come on. Okay, fine. Don't scroll down to where I was already. The forebear, the drifter. The drifter with VEF serrations. Those are some gnarly serrations. They're big. Really big. I think they're each half-inch serrations. So just imagine your knife with, imagine this, with a serration that's that big, and then that big, and then that big. Maybe these are the quarter-inch ones. You can reach out to him on Facebook, on the CRKT Underground group, and he'll do his serrations on just about anything that you send in. It costs some money, though. M16, APC. I do want one of these. Actually, with them being on sale, with a Father's Day sale right now, I'm not sure you can get these for less anywhere else. The Bonafide that I got off their website was 55. Everywhere else they want like 70 or 80. It was 40% off. The APC right here is 125 instead of 175. We'll see how much it's going for regularly. CRKT APC on Blade HQ. Yep, they're on sale right now, so it's good to look into. That's why I'm bringing it up so much, is because they're on sale for actually decent prices on some of them. A lot of them are really bad prices still, but some of them are solid prices. APC. Are you shitting me? Show me the knife I want to see. Freaking Blade HQ. CRKTAPC. Search. You kidding me? Nothing shows up? Fine. Always pocket carry. Nothing? Man, this is BS. Where else do they sell these? Or do they not sell these anywhere? Knife Park, never heard of them. Gear Patrol, I've heard of them. Knife Park is in euros, I think. Configure. No. Reject all cookies. Thank you. I think that's euros. If you want sharpening tutorials, go follow Outdoors 55 on YouTube. He's significantly better at it than I am. Like, way better at it than I am. Man, Gear Patrol is just a freaking wow. Thanks. In stock. It seems like they almost don't sell it anywhere else other than Amazon, and I don't trust Amazon. I've never heard of these guys. 175 and sold out. I've never heard of this place either. €175 and sold out. Or not sold out, but available. But still, that's a lot. More results. Again, Knife Park. They don't even sell them on Knife Center. You'd think that White Mountain Knives would have showed up by now. Oh. Reject all. Are you kidding me? 1.7 ounces. That's actually really lightweight. For almost a 3-inch blade. Not bad. Yeah, I can't find them on sale almost anywhere else. Or for sale almost anywhere else. So, I think the place to get them is directly from CRKT. Which, honestly, I never recommend buying directly from the supplier or the people that make it. But at this point, where else are you going to get it? But yeah, M390 and Fat Carbon for $125 with, I believe, free shipping in the US. Hey, you'd think that White Mountain and stuff like them, Smoky Mountain Knife Works, would have shown up with options if they had them. So it's not that I don't want to look them up, it's just that they should have shown up already. Yeah, you get the Frost Fat Carbon or whatever they call it. I think it's worth looking into. It's a little pricey, but and a $5 knife pouch. That's not bad actually. Dark matter. That's not dark matter. The dark matter's the gold and black. And that's the guy that designed it. I think he's German, or his name's German or something. Pilar. Ah, the Squid 2 for 130 and M390. Well, I'll look it up real quick. CRKT APC. Search. No, I don't want to give you my email. Yep, nothing showed up. Stop showing up with ads, Jesus. No results. So, it seems to me like about the only place to get it is directly from CRKT. It's not bad priced though. At $125, it's actually a pretty good price. The downside of that being it's also a slip joint, and not everybody's interested in that. I like slip joints, but not everybody does. The Pilar. Somebody was talking about it's a shame that the Pilar's in 8CR, but I think they made it in D2 as well. They made the Pilar 3 in D2. And that's worth looking into, as well as I think they made it in 12C27. And in my experience with CRKT's 12C27, it's freaking hard. I'll show you in a sec. There's no lock. So if you press against the back, it'll close. That's a slip joint. That one's just a really big slip joint. This thing's just sad. $60 for an assisted opening knife that uses 4116 stainless. I feel bad for Alan for designing this thing and they release it in that shit steel. Oh, I would be pissed. I would be so mad. Load more. This is also in a really sad blade steel. Seems like Alan Foltz, his... Oh. That's why they do it. Because Alan Foltz has his own company, and he makes his own knives. He makes his own custom minimalist knives, and he sells them for way more with way better steel. It's so that they don't take his business. So yeah, the Pilar 3 comes in different blade steels. This one's in D2 for 58. It's a little high, but not terrible. The 12C27 is 70. It's pretty pricey. But the D2 one for 58 isn't the worst for the knife that you're getting. An axe, M21. Yep. Actually, if you go through my YouTube shorts, I have a lot of educational content on knives, teaching you more about steels and more about so different steels, different locks, how to close knives with certain locks. I have done a lot of educational content on YouTube. You'll have to find it first, but there is a lot of educational content. Wish we had more stuff to sharpen. Because the sharpening streams get a lot of attention. A lot of people talking. Let's see what's on the binge today. Let's look at Grails, because expensive. $640. low to high. I wonder how they tell you, or how they tell it's a grail. Like if it's based on price, or if there's actually something behind it. A lighter for $500. God damn. Another lighter for $500. A Pyrotech Kraken and polished DLC. Not bad. S90V with polished DLC, titanium, zirconia, ceramic blasted handle. $500. Actually, that's not the worst price. It's pretty cool. It comes apart with magnets. A couple things. Insomnia and trying to push this channel further. And spite. A lot of spite. I'm that dude where people are scrolling through, they're doom scrolling at 3 a.m. in the morning and I show up. No, I've seen too many people stab themselves with a karambit to enjoy that. SOCOM Elite. Those are so pricey. Brand new, never used. Cool. Not interested. Ooh. Z28 Boker knife. I think that's actually less than they sold for brand new. Yeah, I figured as much. That's how a lot of people find my channel. Yeah, so this knife has aluminum scales, I believe. And the blade steel has steel that came from a Z28 Camaro. And I wish he'd spell Camaro properly. 9 p.m. Sunday. Damn! You're pretty far ahead. The fuck? My watch says Sabbath. It's in English. So it's just that perfect time between. Because at 3 o'clock it switches over from Sabbath to, say, Sunday. An Essie Azula in Damascus from 2012. $500. Ain't no way. Rebladed 80 20.5. Magna cut at 65. Now that is a solid knife. With a shark lock, of course. Dude, that's a killer knife for $500. It's pricey, but for the materials that you're getting, that's worth it. Almost. I've never heard of these guys, and frankly, that is too much for me to look into them. Mammoth molar. That stuff's always interesting. It's hard to work with, really brittle. But yeah, it's the molar tooth from a mammoth. Really, really interesting stuff. You should look into that kind of stuff if you're interested in paleontology or whatever. Come on, load. Piece of shit. N690 at 59 for 500 bucks. Why do they always do that? Yep. Yeah, but it's N690 at 59. Like, it's not even impressive. The only impressive thing is the materials of the handle. Everything other than that is subpar to me. Chris Reeve, I have no clue how to pronounce that, but it's a fixed blade. Oh, Pacific. Probably be helpful if you pronounced it or spelled it right. In MagnaCut. There you go. Made in 2025. Said minimal serrations. Why does it have any? Why do people do that? Like, you order this custom knife, you spend a shit ton of money on it, and you get it partially serrated on purpose. Now, I'm not sure if that's an option that you can get rid of. It's like an inch of serrations. But why? Oh, one of these days it'll load. The benefits of having an old ass. A Winter Blade Co. Factor, batch 1. There you go. I've never seen their leatherwork stuff. Might have to go in and check that out because I don't live too far from them. But yeah, the Winter Blade Co. Factor, those are pretty cool. Hamilton Khaki Field Watch, not interested. Desert Warrior, lot. Flashlight, knife, lighter, pen, light, laser. It's a lot of shit. A lot of shit. Damn. For 500 bucks. See, I love how they put anything that's 500 plus in the Grail section. Protec Mordax. Not really interested in that. An actual rare Grail knife. No way. Whatever that's supposed to mean. Okay, yeah, that's pretty rare. That depends. Leaving a knife in the sheath for long periods of time can cause rust. You're better to leave it out unless you're carrying it. Half-face blades congressman. I like that knife. Or the name of that knife. No trades. Didn't want it anyway. Midgard's Messer bundle. Wee knife, high fin, Damasteel. I don't know about that one. Wee knives, Snick. Not interested. Blunt force blades. EBL at 63, not bad. Ew, what? The Snick? Ah, the chair I'm sitting in is extremely hot. And I'm pretty sure it has my butt imprinted on it. Because I weigh a decent amount. That one, the high fin, doesn't look terrible. It's just not the thing for me. I kind of like the blade shape. I don't like the handle though. Maybe when the screen goes dark, you can actually see it properly. Any second now. There we go. Yeah, I can understand that. I don't like the handle. I think here pretty shortly, in about 11 minutes, I'm going to end the stream. Just a sec, I gotta check something real quick. Somebody just sent me a message. Fix this right here. I've thought about starting a Discord server, but now that what's his name from whatever that other company is the CEO for it, I'm not interested. Because I think that Discord is going to die soon. It's going to be full of ads. You should probably go do that. You should probably drink water too. I always enjoy my streams. Some of them don't go as planned, but that's just how it is. Well, we got like 9 minutes, 9.5 minutes until I'm leaving, so then it'll be a 4 hour stream, and yeah. I'll explain things better in a bit. Bam. Oh. It's 2:21. 2:20. Not 2:21. Oh, yes. We can continue where we left off. Not interested. Not interested. Hey, that one's not serrated. Not bad. Yep, I don't have enough watch hours, public watch hours. I can show you guys that stuff though. Most YouTubers won't show their analytics. I don't care, so we'll go in there. Or no, it's the Earn tab. So this is what you see. I have 2,285 valid public watch hours. That's why I live stream so much. is the more I live stream, the more public watch hours I get. Also because I'm bored and live streams are mildly entertaining. Either that or I could get, what, 3 million shorts views in 90 days. That's not going to happen. I don't upload enough shorts for that to happen. But I can do the public watch hours. And that unlocks memberships, super what? Super chat, super stickers, and super thanks. I don't expect to be making money on this stuff. Share products across your channel from your store. That I might do. Dream. Yeah, I might try that. Yep, that's what the live streams are for. Earlier I had like 80 people in here, and 80 people for like, let's do some math here. Calculator. All clear. 80 times 30 seconds is a half a minute, so 0.5 equals 40. Yeah, that's 40 minutes of watch time for 30 seconds of people watching. So it's solid stuff. Watch page ads. I'm not looking forward to putting ads on my channel. I'm really not. I'm trying to push that off for as long as possible. I'm hoping that there aren't ads. Yeah, it's not bad for 30 seconds if you have 80 people in here. We currently have 15, and people typically watch for about 27 seconds. So let's say the 15 people in here, 15, we'll round that up to 30. So 15 times 0.5, it's about 7.5 minutes for every person that joins and watches. Yeah, that's what YouTube uses. They base it off of how long people watch. Shorts feed ads. You guys get ads in shorts? That sucks. God, I'm kind of glad I pay for that shit. Memberships. Not looking forward to that either. I don't think. Do I have to set that up? And to turn your engaged subscribers into paying members and earn 70% of net revenue. So anything that you guys pay to join the membership, I get 70% of, and YouTube takes 30. Yeah, but I don't want people donating. That's my biggest problem, is I don't like it when people donate because they don't get anything out of it. That's why I'd much rather they buy something from me, because then you actually get something. But then there's the other, there might be a threshold, yeah. But yeah, I just don't like, and especially the ads thing. As much as ads, I know ads can help with earning. Oh, that's June 10th. Hey, I'm way ahead of that. I have way more watch hours than that. Yesterday I got a lot. We carefully validate each channel's engagement metrics before they are displayed here. May vary from what you see elsewhere, such as YouTube analytics. Well, in the last audience, is it audience? 83,600 new unique viewers. That's amazing. And 258 subscribers in the last. This doesn't even include what I got today, by the way. I got like 30 something today, maybe 40 in this stream alone. Content, 90,000 views roughly. 15,000 impressions. That doesn't add up quite right. Impressions click through 3%. That's not bad. And average view duration is 28 seconds. And my peak concurrent viewers is 105, and I average 15. Which averaging 15 makes sense, actually. And most of them are from Shorts feed, which is great. Overview, I don't do the trends stuff. Watch hours. Yep, this stuff hasn't even calculated anything that I've done in the last 2 days. This right here was my peak where I got, holy shit, I got 233 watch hours from that one day. Damn. I understand that, but there's also the side of things that people don't see where I still have to pay taxes on all that. That's the big thing is I don't like taxes and having to keep up with all this shit. Not fun. Especially because I do my own taxes. Not the most fun thing. Ugh. Don't choke on water, by the way. 22,000 views in the last 48 hours. Hell yeah. It's just part of income. It's not really a best Spyderco knives, huh? Best Benchmade. I don't have any of those. Metal Complex best budget knives. Man, Metal Complex taking over everything. Damn it. And we're back. Yeah, I need to watch that video. Don't buy your next knife until you see this one. I should do more videos like that. Yeah. I don't do PayPal either. PayPal, their business practice is holding people's money hostage for as long as possible until you threaten to sue them. They held $300 I needed for like 3 months before they released it because it was a unused account. Like, dude, give me my damn money. Bunch of assholes. Depends. Okay, so if you're making profit, which I'm not, then you have to pay taxes. But they don't send you out, or they don't send out a 1099 if you don't make over like 10,000 or something. So I don't know. I might make this video. If that's the top search, I've got a buddy that owns a couple Benchmade autos. I might be able to make a video on that. Best budget knives under 50. Yeah, but that's not a current searched topic. Best small Spyderco knives. I can do something on that. Idaho alone's like that. We have beachfront property. Not we, but like Idaho has a beachfront that's connected to the ocean, the Pacific Ocean, that nobody knows about. Everybody go watch this video, by the way, from Knife Center. That's the first video that they uploaded after they got their channel hacked. So I highly recommend everybody looking into it. There's some good guys. That guy's name is David C. Anderson. He's a solid knife designer. What did I say about what? Top content. Wonder what content's gotten the most views on my channel total. View all. Sort by most viewed. I didn't say a joke. No. 7,600 on my top performing long form. Oh, no, Idaho. There's a beach. There's a port in northern Idaho that's connected from, it's connected through Washington to the Pacific Ocean. So Idaho does have a port, which means we have a beach. Bet you didn't know that. Sort by most viewed. 11,000 views. Not bad. 10,000 on the next one. Again, not bad. That got that many views? Damn. This video is telling people how to close a knife with a liner lock. Well, this is a frame lock, but it's telling people how to close knives with a liner lock. And it's got 10,000 views. Damn. That was a good choice. I'm glad I made that. Live streams. Sort by most viewed. 19,000, 17,000, 11, 9.5, 8.2, 10. Why is it not in order? 27, 26, 24, 24, 22, 2, 1,300. Yeah, most of mine seem to be sitting around the 2,200 range. I think it's up in the Lewiston area. Yeah. I can Google it real quick, but right after this, here pretty soon, I'm probably shutting it off. I'll go another 5 minutes, but that's it. And yeah, YouTube takes a lot of the money that you guys donate. So that is something to keep in mind. I'm not telling you to change your habits or anything, but it is something to think about. Idaho port. Not portal, port. Damn it. Yeah, Port of Lewiston. You're right. It's also really deep. The Port of Lewiston had a submarine base back in World War II where that's where they would keep submarines, is in Idaho, inland. You wouldn't think that you could fit submarines there, but you can. It's deep. I think it's like 500 feet deep or some shit. It's a weird place. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm looking it up. Okay, it's 14 feet deep and 250 feet wide. That's what it was. It's the 250-foot wide thing that was getting me. But yeah, it's 500 miles. Yeah, look into it. Port Lewiston submarine. Port Lewiston submarine depth. Okay, let's see here. The U.S. Navy submarine bases are some of the most high, blah, 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 blah. The Navy's Acoustic Research Detachment at Bayview, Idaho is 375 miles from the ocean. It's in a lake that is deeper than 1,100 feet. So it's a lake that's 1,150 feet deep or deeper in the middle of bump nowhere, northern Idaho. And yeah, that's where submarine design, research, and development was happening during World War II. Weird, weird shit. You never would have thought it would have been in Idaho. Yeah. Yep. Port Lewiston is 500 miles from the ocean. But it's a port and it connects to the ocean, so technically it's a port. We have beachfront property in Idaho. It's a thing. Never would have guessed. It's funny. If you look at the map, the US map. Let's see. US map. Not .com. Where did that come from? .com. What the hell is up with that? No, no. Closer, but no. Maybe. Hey, I wanted to zoom in on that. Where is Lewiston? Okay, yeah, so watch this. I'm not sure you guys are going to be able to see it very well. But it starts here, goes along this line. It goes, yeah, up here, up into Washington, down further down over here, and it's like somewhere in this area, out in the middle of nowhere, Idaho. It's so weird, but it is connected to the ocean from like 700 miles of water. I have never done that and probably won't. But I should go onto Google Maps and just show you guys. Me saying I'll stay on for 5 more minutes and then I don't. So let's look up Port Lewiston. Port of Lewiston. Okay. So here's the Port of Lewiston, right here, just barely in Idaho. And it follows that water. It goes down, over here, down, through Portland, goes up north, and right out to the ocean. So yeah, it's literally in the middle of nowhere, Idaho. Just right there. And y'all never would have known that. There's more places further inland that are still connected to the ocean. Anyway, guys, I don't have much more to talk about. Yeah, a little bit of a history lesson. It's always fun to learn some stuff. Hopefully interesting stuff and not nasty stuff, but yeah. I have no clue if there's sand. I mean, it's a port. I'm not sure if I'd want sand at a port. There is, however, I'm gonna have to look this shit up again. Where are we? Okay. So, the Port of Lewiston's right here. If you follow the water further over, it leads to a lake right here. This right here. We can look at pictures of this beautiful area. I would like to, yeah. Snowy. We don't have a whole lot of sand in Idaho, I'll admit that. It's a lot of rocky and dirt. But yeah. It's a beautiful place, just don't come here. Nobody wants visitors. Let's put it this way. You can come here, don't move here. I don't know, probably. We get a lot of bears here. We got black bears, brown bears, probably grizzly bears. Never really thought about it too much. Or the Dorshock State Park. That is an insane picture. Trees everywhere. But yeah, cool stuff. And a dog barking at another dog. Anyway, guys, that's going to be it for today. I'm tired. I want to do other things before bed. And we'll see you guys later. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed the stream. Got to take apart some more expensive knives. Got to take apart some regular knives. Sharpen some stuff that's going up for sale, by the way. When? I have no clue. I'm lazy. Don't ask me questions. But they are going up for sale eventually. I think I'm wanting like 40 out of each of them. But yeah, we'll see you guys later. Hopefully you have a great rest of your night. And we'll see you in the next one. Peace.